Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I was wanting to... add a tag. Nope, can't add that. Okay, so I added a tag because I do want to get quite a bit of work done today. I was thinking of just not streaming, but as I've said before, do enjoy hearing feedback on the types of work that I am doing, input from other devs that I have not had the opportunity to hear before. So I decided to stream, but I'll probably cut it short today. Just because there's a lot to do and I cannot figure this out. So I was working all the way up until about 9:25, which is when I normally start, 9:25 my time, which is about 10 minutes ago, which is when I normally start the stream so that I can start the countdown and do all of the setup. But I needed to move I guess it was more like 9:20, but I needed to move everything over to this computer. So I had to do a check-in and all of that stuff on that computer over there, get this computer updated and ready to run. And then OBS was doing some weird stuff. And so now my ending screen doesn't quite look the way that it looked before, not entirely at least. So I have no idea what happened exactly, but there was just a lot of weirdness. So anyway, the place that I'm at is still the place that I was yesterday. We were getting this error, which had to do with not being able to run a command because the session is in kill state. So I did a whole bunch of different things. And one of the things that I landed on was perform record check. That when we do, what is up with all of this weirdness? One of the things that we were doing here was just creating the context and then running the stored procedure using that context. And these are the types of stored procedures that need the user identity in order to run, because these specifically, right, I need to get that pinned. These specifically are ones that use stuff in the stored procedure like sysuser or is in role or is member, I guess is what it's called. Hello, DVD. I hope your PT went well and that your meeting will go well. Did you already have it? Yeah, it's 11:30 for you, so I think you're already done with that meeting. I hope it goes well. If you do happen to start a game stream or your development stream later today, within the next couple of hours, I'll be happy to raid it into you. I don't normally raid into gaming streams, as you know, but I will absolutely do that for your stream, because I like your content a lot. I'm trying to go to the Solution Explorer. All right, so since yesterday, I added a direct reference, which we've done before on stream, to the database project so that I can put breakpoints in here so that we can more accurately determine what's going on. So while I was stepping through it yesterday, after the stream, I was finding a whole bunch of weird issues to do with, like, one of the things it seemed like was we were trying to do multiple concurrent requests using this, where one of them is doing the execute SQL raw execute as user, another one is currently running the stored procedure, and another one is reverting the execute as user command, and that is on the database itself. It's not for that specific session. And previously what we did was we just made sure that we ran all of the stored procedures in sequence one by one, instead of trying to do them parallel. This time we only had one thread, or one process trying to access this, and it would error here giving the message that we are seeing. So I found out that if I added, let me pin this. If I added a transaction, which I usually always do when I'm doing my backend database stuff, if I wrap this all into in a transaction, then I run the stored procedure, because it was erroring on this one, it runs successfully. However, I'm not 100% sure if it's really committing the transaction, because when I have the transaction commit, which I usually have upon successful, I get another error. So I'm going to show that error now. But I'm so confused. So if I really don't want to put any pressure on anyone else, because I'm going to spend my time figuring this out. But if anyone does have any ideas, I am open to those ideas. And TBD would probably be like, don't use EF migrations. What does that have to do? No, I will not speak for you. I don't like when people speak for me and say negative things like that. So I don't know why I just did. It's another hot day. I can't work in the heat. This heat is amazing in the way that it can affect me. And I'm sure it's just my own energy that I need to calm, relax. You're good. Breathe. Right, it's gonna open in its own browser. Special kid, when you attach a debugger like that. But where did it open? I would show you the alt tab that I have, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which would make that 20, which would make that 25 to 28 windows open. And none of these look like the app that just launched with the debugger attached. And that's because the app didn't actually launch. It's still working on building. Oh, I can't stand it when it does this. It's cooled off here after days of thunderstorms, but if it climbs, I struggle. Do you get much humidity in New Jersey? I have no idea what the climate is like in Jersey. What I'm gonna do to get this thing to build, though, is a clean. Oh yes, and we're less than 10 miles from the ocean. That's interesting. So I wouldn't really associate, I guess, being near the ocean with humidity. I mean, it does make, like, logically to me it makes sense. But when I was visiting Puerto Rico, it wasn't very humid, and of course that's completely surrounded by ocean. It was very breezy. It was very, like, you could feel the salty air, but at the same time, it was clear feeling. I don't know how else to explain it. It was just very and hot, but just clear. So I always associate coastal areas as breezy, and I guess the rainforest in the middle of the island was super humid. El Yunque. Oh, just do the thing. It's an amazing place to go. I don't know anymore. I haven't been there in 20 years, I'm gonna say. Yeah, about 20 years. About 20 years ago is the last time that I was in Puerto Rico. We went on a walk and went to a water pool. The water was amazing. Was it the Sanja Fria? Because if it was a Sanja Fria, which is a water pool, I used to swim in that. And last time we went back, the Sanja Fria no longer looked like a clear spring. My parents are currently in Puerto Rico right now, actually. They are visiting my great aunt, which is who pretty much raised my dad. She is very cool. She just turned 90 and she is still quick as a, I don't know, some cool phrase for someone being very witty and being very sharp minded, regardless of age. I don't know, but it was very tranquil, and Puerto Rico is one of the places I would be tempted to move to. I wouldn't. I've wanted to move to Japan for the longest time. I've wanted to live among the culture. I've wanted to learn the culture. It just seems like the type of place that I would love to be. But I'm too scared of tsunamis and other natural disasters. And the fact that that is holding me back is kind of sad, but at the same time, I mean, it's just who I am. So I've made my peace with it. I think there is no actual perfect place on the planet. You know, the one place that I really enjoyed that I've lived so far was Spokane Valley. The climate, it rained enough. It was west of a mountain range as opposed to east of it. So it was some pretty nice airflow. The main issue is when there were the fires. Because mountains, ocean pushing the air this way, and Spokane Valley is in a valley, the air quality got really, really, really bad. This was around 2015, I think, is when those really, really, really bad fires happened in California and Washington. Come on. Let's do this using the command line because this is obviously not going to work for us. cd source. Wait, we're in the solution folder. .NET clean. Yeah? Good. .NET build. My pen is full. Error while, oh, never mind. That's not a build error. Like, I don't mind weather outside as much. I don't really go outside. Hello, Big Gamey. Not first today. Must try harder. So, Big Gamey, you have my heart, just so you know. I shared a moment with you, if that's okay. Okay, so finally got it to build. Is Visual Studio going to use the existing build now? Please? You don't have to rebuild. Goodness me. I would ask if there are any Visual Studio users out there that encounter this situation where it'll get stuck on build. If you wait long enough, it will finish the build. But like, I have something that I'm trying to do that I don't want to lose track of, and the longer I wait for the build, I was just wondering if anyone does have any recommendations. Possibly file locks. The thing that did happen was between the last pull, git pull, I added those extra libraries. project references directly to the solution that are in a different folder and on a different computer, and it worked and all that stuff. But the most recent thing I did here was a git pull without necessarily taking that into consideration. Pew pew. Hey, look! The archery game just worked. Thank you for testing that, Big Gamey. Oh my goodness, it's so close. Like, the thing that is most amazing about this is just how close his first shot is, and then his second one is like, that would have hit the target if I did the scaling correctly, I guess. Oh my gosh, that looked like it went straight through the target. One day. You still got 34 points for your max airtime. Nice. Love your duck emotes. All right, it looks like it's running this time. So closing and reopening Visual Studio seems to work. So I'm going to go with TBD's thought. Even if it is a guess, it seems very educated or at least thoughtful, and it was a locked file somehow. Okay, I'm going to try not to move as much as I usually do. I am kind of standing on a tennis ball, which feels really good on my arches, so it's really hard to not want to roll my foot around on the tennis ball. But the more I move, the more overheated I get. I need to return this old modem to Spectrum, but I'll be back dropping a lurk. Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much for the lurk. All right, so I'm in this record check thing. We're trying, oh, right. And the most recent thing I did was try to debug my record check because, my C# version of the record check, which as you can see does take longer, especially if I have a breakpoint that's holding it up. Oh, actually, this is just after the record check finished. So that used the non-stored procedure version of it. The thing that I didn't understand was that we get records added to our TBL temp errors, as we should. Where are you? Oh my goodness, what am I thinking? Every time that I kept checking for errors, Thank you, stream. You guys are amazing. You already helped me to realize one of the biggest derp moments that I was doing for about 2 hours this morning. I was like, why am I not seeing any records in TBL temp errors? Because if we watch this, well, first of all, let me get TBL temp errors up. No. I'm sorry, Big Gamey. I hope you enjoy the drive, though. I hope it is a very enjoyable, relaxed drive. Don't say that. Like, one of the dumbest things is that for whatever reason, when I feel this overheated, I want to drink tea. And I don't get it. It's like a Pavlovian response where I get overheated, I want hot tea. What? Why? Why aren't you opening though? You data, please. It's probably already open, is what the deal is. Okay. Okay, so I kept checking this table, sorted by error ID, which is the primary key on this table, descending so that the newest records are on top, and I'm looking for my username to be one of the most recent usernames. I don't see it, but when I let the code run the rest of the way, we get the errors from that table. And I'm like, is this a transaction issue? And the real issue is that I'm looking in my dev server, but I currently have this pointing to the test server. Different database. What am I thinking? I used to drink tea. My mom was in the it helps you sweat, which makes you cooler camp. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, it's diuretic. That's really what you get from teas. I mean, it also has detox and stuff and like really good stuff in the depending on the type of tea that you drink, but for the most part it's a diuretic. All right, let's check the actual table that is being affected by this. Select 1000 rows, order by error ID descending, and there are my records. Okay, so I see my records, and for whatever reason, my username is getting stored in all caps. Yes! Why is my username getting stored in all caps? I do not like all caps. Stop yelling at me. So now I can test the thing that was happening. What I was starting to say at the beginning of the stream, or at the beginning of looking at this code, I should say, was that when I used the stored procedure, I was getting the I'm never going to remember the wording on this. Cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state. And that happened when I wasn't using a transaction. Oh my gosh, why am I doing it this way? What is the hotkey for the class? Class view. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to control. I'm trying to use my tools better. Am I not in TRN service? I'm so confused now. TRN service has a process. Oh, perform records check. Oh my goodness. Help me. Help me. Yeah, are you doing anything fun, TBD? With your time off today? I hope you are. And of course, you don't have to respond if you are doing something fun that is making you not want to respond to chat because you're in the middle of doing something fun. Okay, so it needs to restart. I changed a method. I am doing something you would not expect me to be doing, so I can understand more. I wouldn't expect you to play with Barbies. Is that what you're doing? I'm kidding. With the way you worded it, it's kind of easy to guess. You're doing that terrible word, which I am going to continue referring to. No, I was just saying I wouldn't expect you, TBD gamer, to play with Barbies. Boys are absolutely able to play with dolls if they want. But I'm talking about you specifically. Installing Claude Code. So I have no idea what Claude Code is. There are so many technologies that are being released so fast. And I'm like, I have my tools that are currently working for me. They were added to the tools that I already use, so I'm going to use what's already there for me. But I'm sure I would benefit from doing something like installing Claude Code, whatever that is. Okay, here's where the error was happening before with my transaction. And so it made it past executing the stored procedure. We're reverting the execute as user. And so here's the next error that I get. Oh, right. And I want to now see that they exist. Well, I can't tell if they exist, dude. I forgot to, man. So I need to stop it here so that I can verify that this is, oh, I can't even do that either because we're in a transaction. But I needed to verify that this is clearing the TBL temp errors table, then repopulating it with the error messages again. I guess I can manually delete the records first. That's what I'll do next time. But yeah, we need to make it down to the transaction commit, because this is where the exception happens if this isn't the timeout exception. Yeah, the SQL transaction has completed. I don't understand where it is doing the transaction commit. It's probably in the stored procedure, but I don't know how to verify that. Actually, yes, I do. That's what this whole breakpoint mess is for. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the ID of the most recent record that has my user ID on it and delete from TBL temp errors where error ID is greater than or equal to that ID. And then we do the select, and they're all gone. Okay. So here's what I want to know. When we hit this, so I'm going to get rid of this because that causes an error. I will have lots to share at a later date on this excursion, by the way. Awesome. I definitely want to hear of it. As you know, I don't only care about the good things. I don't want to try to talk up AI like it is the best thing in the world, because I want it to be a sober experience for everyone to look at it and be like, yeah, it does some things well, and I'm going to use it for those things. But it also really sucks at a bunch of other things. So I am not going to use it for those things. Okay. Here's what I want to know. If we do this stored procedure here, the records check portion of it, we finish it. Is this where it commits to transaction? No, the database is still in a state where the transaction, or where the records don't exist in the table. How about now? Still, the records don't exist in the table. How about now? The records don't exist in the table. So maybe that revert is more like a transaction rollback. Because, like, I don't understand where the transaction is getting released. Because right now, this will give me 0 error messages. Sample data 2 with error listing 0. Because the records no longer exist in the database, because they were populated into that context, but only within that transaction. And I don't know how to commit the flippin' transaction. So this is what I've been going back and forth on all morning and trying to figure this out. not you. Just everything else needs to collapse. Where is perform records check? Using stored procedure. Okay. So we're starting a new transaction here. When we run the stored procedure that uses the user identity, it's doing something to the transaction that causes the transaction to no longer be in a valid state, because if I try to commit it here, all right, what am I not seeing? Get in here, execute the stored procedure. The stored procedure is now finished. We have a result, which should have put records into our TBL temp errors table by now. And I'm thinking it is this revert. I just don't know how to check the status of the transaction without like showing off my connection credentials and stuff. But also there is no like transaction state or anything like that on the transaction object that I found. I have the transaction ID. I have the connection information itself. Command timeout is null. I have the database connection string, the DB context. Current transaction has a connection, which takes me back to the same view. Current transaction has a connection ID. Connection closed is false. Disposed is false. Transaction owned is true. DB transaction private variable has a whole bunch of null stuff. I honestly don't know. And the other weird thing is that even if we are working in the same DB context in the same transaction, the error listings table by this point, when it's using that same transaction, should give me results back. I know. Dude, I know. Timed out. So confused. Oh, that's not going to be good. I don't think it's going to let me do it in watch, but what I would like to see is RTRAC context.tbl temp errors dot order by x arrow is x dot error. Order by descending is what I said. Error ID dot take 100. So give me the top 100 error IDs, and the debugger is unable to evaluate this expression. Yeah, I know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. How do I debug this? Because right now this is... Wait, what? Oh, I put the breakpoint in the wrong place. The error that I get when I try to commit the transaction down here is the SQL transaction has completed. It is no longer usable. And I'm not exactly sure how the SQL transaction has completed, other than I'm running this stored procedure that has the execute revert. Thank you so much for the follow. I was being extremely quiet for a second there. I'm usually not very quiet. I try to talk through all of my thoughts and stuff. But in this case, I am absolutely lost for where I should be. The thing that I am really expecting here is for the transaction to not be in an invalid state or closed, because I am doing nothing to commit or roll back the transaction other than this revert command. But the revert command should only be for execute as user. I guess the other thing that's happening is inside of the record check, there are a whole bunch of begin and end. Begin commits and end commits. So let's look at that. Let's find it here. But welcome in. I don't know if you've just been lurking this whole time, which is completely okay if you have been, but if you are new here, my name is One Lion. I am a .NET developer. I'm working on my full-time day job, my for real day job with a client, and these are real-world applications that I am maintaining. This one is a modernization effort from .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application to Blazor. And so I'm going from using Entity Framework 6 to EF Core. My goal was to turn all of the stored procedures that this database uses, which there are about 209 of them, into C# methods so that I could debug them easier. And right now, when I do that, it works the way that it's supposed to. So I have written the code for being able to, or not being able to, for changing the stored procedure into C#. But when I run it, it runs about 10 times slower than the actual. What is going on, phone? Come on, don't confuse me. Then the actual stored procedure would run. So I decided to just go ahead and use the stored procedure directly instead. And in doing so, there were a bunch of stored procedures that required the thing. I am not doing very well at keeping my thoughts in my head. Help me. I broke apart my insides. Help me. I've got no soul to sell. Okay. So I got to a point where it kind of looks like the... Oh, is this what I was saying? Some of the stored procedures require a database user. It sounds problematic. Only a little. Yeah, I guess let me ask the interwebs. Hey, interwebs. ¿Dónde es? Okay. Revert. Does revert SQL command roll back transactions? No, the revert does not roll back transactions. So this should not be the thing that is putting my transaction in an invalid state or in a closed state or whatever the thing said it was. It has to be that the RTRAC records check, which we're trying to open. I think I opened it already. Here it is. That this stored procedure here is the one that is committing some stored procedure. Not. It is not. And then this is where it gets really, really annoying, because if I don't have like something easy, like what do you guys keep recommending to me? LinkPad? I think LinkPad, to be able to easily search through my stored procedures to find out if any of the ones that are related to this stored procedure that this stored procedure is calling has a begin transaction, commit transaction type of scenario. Yeah, it just gets really, really difficult to debug. Thankfully, I do have all of the files for the stored procedures already copied and downloaded. So let's find CSP_records check. And it's really annoying because in the original app, sometimes it's called records check, plural. Sometimes it's called record check. So I'm not exactly sure which one to choose. I'm assuming I'm going to use record check in the long run. So that's going to be something we need to go and clean up eventually. But let's just look through these bit by bit. So I think you're going to finally see the actual process of trying to debug one of these stored procedures. Specifically the records check stored procedure, because it is one of the most involved ones. So this one and submit TRN. But we have the check lot stored procedure that was called by the record check stored procedure. And this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other, well, 8 if we have a record, 9 or 1 if we have no records. No records or more than one record. Interesting. I don't want to think about it. Maybe we just talk about it. Figure it out this time. Okay, so method blank doesn't have anything to do with creating transactions. This a lot of them do call this add error, which is the one that will put the records into our TBL temp errors table. And these are the ones that I'm expecting to see, because we are getting record check errors throughout this process. Okay, so not method blank, matrix. The assumption is that none of these are going to have begin transaction, do a bunch of stuff, commit at the end. I know it. I know it. I know it in my gut. No begin transactions. I'm just going to leave them open now. Oh no. Chickla. No begin transaction. So there's all of these begin ends for those of you not familiar with stored procedures or SQL transactions or commands. These are pretty much curly braces is all that begin and end are. Just picture them as open curly brace, close curly brace, and you'll be fine. And then picture this as a little face staring at you because you have no idea what you're doing. At least that's what it makes me feel like. No begin transaction and transaction. Same, so same. Same, so same. Yeah, a lot of these are check one field, but when it does the check one field, it does a, oh, I guess in these cases, it's passing in the value only. So that's cool. In other cases, it passes in the TRN ID and it does a query for the record for that TRN ID that it's passing in, which is really annoying. This checks STRAC for error volumes. Fine. Oh, I guess I didn't really look at this one. I just assumed that there were no begin transaction, end transaction. And I guess, again, what I really want to do is zoom. Yeah, here's one where it's doing select from the TBL imported TRN for that same lab and lot that we've already queried for before. So why are we doing the same query again when we have that data? And the reason is because this is in a completely different stored procedure and it doesn't have the entire set of records. And in C#, this would be easy for us because we do the query once for all of the TBL imported TRNs where lab and lot are equal. And not just that, I mean, look at this. We're querying for the TRN ID, and I think because this is treating it as a scalar, it'll give us back the first hit. It's either the first or the last. I can never remember. But we'll only get one TRN ID back. So when it adds the error for any of them that have an issue where the methods don't match whatever these methods are coming from, it's only putting the ID for one of the imported TRNs that are affected by that. Oh, I really don't like this process. Okay, so we didn't see any begin transaction, end transactions. I am not seeing anywhere so far where we would lose our transaction connection. Or anything that would need a transaction either. Because the place that I got the information that this error could point to a stored procedure that's getting called needing a transaction was from Copilot in ask mode. So I was asking Claude Opus. What do you call it? Execute SQL raw. Yeah, I mean, I still want to see this error happen. So let me do that real quick. Okay, so if we get here, current transaction should not be null. And I have is null. I am so backwards all the time. So current transaction is not null, so we should try to commit it. And we get the exception. The SQL transaction has completed. It is no longer usable. But when does this transaction complete? And how do I check the transaction state for that? Is it also possible that the transaction is getting completed in CSP delete errors? No, there is no begin transaction end transaction or commit. Okay, so execute SQL raw. This error message. No, thank you. Thanks for the offer, though. You have a transaction. And the thing is that I really don't want to modify the stored procedures because those are the ones that are currently in production and being used. Okay. System cannot open the device where the data or log file is located. Specified file was not found during the creation of the SQL server, crashes in the middle of the transaction. Unable to access data or log files due to antivirus software. Yeah, that's definitely it. Database server is illegally shut down. Insufficient disk space. SQL cannot complete rollback or roll forward operation. I mean, yes. Database files are locked by third-party backup software. Okay, so we can rule out anything that illegally shut down. It's a felony to shut down a server. Apparently, we can rule out pretty much all of these, because if those were the case, then I wouldn't be able to run the exact same process using just C# without the stored procedures. And you can see that happening when I set use stored proc to false. So that it runs the actual C# methods. TBD. TBD. Sorry to bother you. And you definitely do not have to respond ever. Just so you know. I am interested in knowing if you have any experience with using a reverse proxy with WebSockets, with an app that uses WebSockets. So the situation is that I have an application running on this computer that is exposed to my local network, that I can access from any other computer on the network by going to thyrovius:7878, and it works. But there is a WebSocket connection that gets set up, and when I am trying to use a reverse proxy on that computer over there in IIS, using URL rewrite and application routing request, or application request routing, or whatever ARR stands for, it loads the page when I go to the URL. It redirects or rewrites the URL to the Thyrovius port 7878. The application loads, but then the application says that the WebSocket connection is disconnected. And all of the internet resources that I saw said that you need to handle the header forwarding for update something. But I know that you've worked with WebSockets before. I'm pretty sure you've worked with WebSockets before, and I just can't figure it out. And if I can give more specific information, then please feel free to ask. All right, here is the example of using the C# method. And we can see that I will have an error listing. Hello? Response, not request. We can see that I'll have an error listings that is not 0. And not only that, but I get records in the database for those specific errors. And they show up here. So it's not a database table size file access issue. It's specific to the stored procedure. So when we look at these recommendations here, the only one that makes sense is SQL cannot complete rollback or roll forward operation, because the database files are not locked. The database has enough space to write the records. The database server is not being shut down illegally. Database server can access data. It didn't crash in the middle of the transaction. The files were found. I don't know what this even means. The specified file was not found during the creation or opening of the physical device. I mean, it's able to connect to the database, so I assume that means that it's able to use the database file. The system cannot open the device where the data or log file is located. Also incorrect. So I've been using YARP for role play and Liquid Sky. RP is... I don't know what RP is. And Liquid Sky does have a website reverse proxy. Okay. I've been using YARP for role playing, and Liquid Sky does have a WebSocket connection that travels through it. I'll check out if I have any explicit configuration. Yeah, I guess my biggest issue is that I'm using IIS with URL rewrite. But there was something to do with making sure that it's not caching the connection or something, the WebSocket connection, and it has to always forward the WebSocket connection. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I can show you my web config for it too. There's nothing secret in my web config that I can't show. So essentially what I'm doing, if it does make it any easier to understand, is I'm running Stable Diffusion Web UI, Automatic 1111 Stable Diffusion Web UI. Why am I being pinged? 4 times? No. Just do it. I'm running Automatic 1111 Stable Diffusion on this computer on port 7878 with listen turned on. So that's how I'm able to access it over the, from other computers on the network. I set up IIS with a new site, and then I have that site set up with a DNS name. That DNS entry is in my acrylic DNS on that server for all of my internal DNS routing needs and wants. So I am sure that that's all configured correctly because I have other sites on my local DNS, like the userman.triadic sanctum, for example. So this is running on that IIS machine. But yeah, I would show the connection to this computer. Oh, where? Welcome to user management. Management. No, this is what is currently deployed also for the RMA apps. Thank you for pointing that out. No, it's work related. I need to get it updated because it's used. Are you in a branch currently? Is that why it doesn't look right? So this is probably the .NET 6 version of the application. There we go. That's better. Okay, this is the .NET 9 version. Yeah, okay. So apparently I haven't really opened it on this computer. Manana. Yeah, and it's defined in one place, and that gets used in the title bar, and it gets, it gets used in the title bar and the nav bar. Management. Okay, let's put this in a branch, even though I already made the change. Fix title typo. Typio. Bring changes. Updated title. Fix typo in title. Did you know typo is actually just one word? It's weird. It's such a weird word. It's spelled incorrectly. Should be typio. Fix typo in title. Let's just do this. Commit. This is going to be our small win. So TBD found a bug. We're fixing the bug using a full pull request process, and we're going to feel good about it because we got something productive done. So thank you for reporting it, sir. Thank you for giving us the information about something that can be fixed easily. Now we feel good about winning once. Pull requests. V8. I'm setting myself as the reviewer. I'm looking through the code to make sure that there wasn't anything else snuck in there that belongs in a different PR. We're going to complete the merge. We're going to delete the branch after the merge is complete. That is going to kick off the build and release pipelines. So first the build pipeline. In our code base, we're going to go back to main, pull latest main, and delete our local branch that is no longer alive. because it is fully committed. All right, once this is done, it's going to kick off the release pipeline that will automatically commit to test. Then I'll find out if we are going to commit to production as well. I'm pretty sure we are. That looks different. That looks like the original user man. Or just dark mode of the user management app. Whoops. Okay, good. So we will allow it to release to test. Well, it's gonna publish to test immediately. Then I will make sure that it works in test, and then I will hit the release to production. The approval to release to production. Okay. So back to you though. Checking if the system is updated, checking if the system power is stable, check if the disk space is sufficient, check if the database file has read-write permissions to the database process, check if the third-party antivirus software is installed, check if third-party backup software is installed, try to mount the database file to another computer. So one of the biggest, weirdest things, set the database to a state of emergency. No, thank you. One of the weirdest things is that we get rid of the error simply by adding a transaction, by starting a transaction, which doesn't make sense to me. Let's set you back to true. Yeah, you there. So actually stop. So if I got rid of this transaction here, this begin transaction, we're going to see that error happen again. So I think the thing that I really want to do here is to not use a transaction and figure out how to fix the error message that we are seeing. Because the two paths that I see that we can take is to debug the transaction is in a closed state, or we can't completed state, whatever it said. We can't do a commit on the transaction, which means that the records are not showing up in the database table. Nani? Oh, right. Okay, and what should happen now though, because I'm not using a transaction, is as soon as we hit this line, it will have already done the delete errors. And in the database, which I'm not showing on screen, like, is there a way for me to be able to maybe share a portion of this without showing the whole screen with the server name and all that stuff? I don't think so. It's not safe. Okay, so since we already passed that line, if I look in the database, it deleted all of the records for the for my username, except that there is one that's still in there. Why is there still one in there? But it would have been all of the, oh, because the TRN ID is 0. That's weird. Okay, then this is the one that's going to take us here. And as soon as we try to execute the stored procedure, which we've already executed a stored procedure, it's just that this one is being executed as user me. And I hit F10 and it says cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state. A severe error. So when I analyze with Copilot, it gives me information that it's probably because the stored procedure in this specific case is expecting a transaction and we're not providing one. Ah, it's using Claude Sonnet. I thought it was using Claude Opus or Ask mode. It's fine. Claude Sonnet should be good enough. So the root cause of this issue could be related to the SQL Server environment or the specific stored procedure being executed. It might be due to resource constraints, deadlocks, or other severe errors in the database. Additionally, the use of execute as user might be causing permission issues or conflicts if the user context is not correctly set up. If the user lacks necessary permissions, to resolve this, ensure the stored procedure and the SQL Server environment are stable and that the user has the appropriate permissions. Check the SQL Server logs for any critical errors. Right, I didn't even think to check SQL Server logs for this. Messages related to session termination. You may also want to review the stored procedure for any potential issues that could lead to a session being killed. All right. So the thing that really does confuse me though is that the application that is deployed is using this exact same stored procedure. In fact, if I run the original application pointing to the same database using the same stored procedure, on the same record, deployment's ready. I missed. No, I didn't. Okay. So we're in this record check and we're doing it on this ARFL 23. And there it goes. It runs successfully. Exactly the way that it's supposed to run. Same stored procedure. The difference is that I'm logging into the DB context using my credentials, my username and password that I have provided to the application here. In the revised version, I am impersonating the user. So that means that the user that I'm impersonating has the exact same permissions needed to run the stored procedure without error. Does the application user that we are logged into the database with allow impersonation? Security, logins, user that we're logged in with, securables. Does it need to be per database? Alter, authenticate, create, impersonate any login. I mean, that's kind of dangerous, isn't it? So if we set the login that the application is using for the database connection to be able to impersonate any login, and we have some way for a SQL injection attack, and the attacker is able to even access the application, and they know my admin or an admin username, then they would be able to do this execute as. I mean, it's a lot of factors that they would need to get through, but it is exposed. So how do I debug this though? How do I grant X? Hello, Pixasaur. How have you been? I am confused right now. Is there an alternative way to run the stored procedure as a different user? Probably not. Let's do the easy thing real quick and permit the user management application to publish to production. So as you can see, it already completed the publish to test, and now we are publishing to production. Can you Twitch guys transcript what my boy One Lion says? Can you not hear me? Have I been banned on the YouTubes? I mean, you'll see the transcript after the video is published. But the answer is probably not. That would be kind of a lot of work. You can come over to Twitch, and I think that I have the captions extension. Maybe not. Kind of doesn't look like I do. Hard to tell. Yeah, okay. So you saw the behavior though. You saw that if I execute the stored procedure, I'm investigating a transaction issue with some code and wondering how to elevate the roles of the user to be able to execute stored procedures properly. That is absolutely correct. Well, not elevate the roles, elevate the execution of the stored procedure, execute the stored procedure as, so impersonate the currently logged in user. But close enough, close enough. It's pretty much the same thing. When I have this transaction turned on, you just saw what happened when I tried to run it without the transaction. Now when I do that same process with the transaction, we make it into the execute as, we hit the stored procedure, and this is the line that gave us the exception, and we make it past the line, and it works, and it does what it's supposed to, but we're still in a transaction, or the transaction has completed, but there was a rollback done because there are no, well, there are now. So it's gonna look like it works because we, the delete happened within that transaction and we didn't commit the transaction. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh my goodness. Like, one thing I'm tempted to do is commit the transaction here because we really do want to get rid of the error messages. So I'm going to do that first. Then, because we've committed, the transaction will also be in a completed state, right? So I'm going to force that real quick. If I check the database, the records are gone. They are absolutely gone. And then if I try doing this, we're going to hit the same stored procedure. And because the transaction is now completed, we're going to get the exception cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state. And it really, really just seems like one of the things that this needs is a transaction. So what if we try to create a new transaction? Chaos. This is the one that we need. Isolation level dot chaos. The pending changes from more highly isolated transactions cannot be overwritten. Pixasar is saying, also quick suggestion, do a trying something new stream every now and then. Should be fun. Programmers are so witty. Pixasar, I'm sorry, I really am not going to type everything that he says. I'm doing my own stuff. Isn't part of the problem that there was a transaction that has ended early? Okay, so yes, and let me undo this real quick. If you happen to be paying attention right now, then I don't want to dally too long. So if I get rid of this execute transaction commit, this is what definitely terminated the transaction early, and I think that's what you're pointing to. I make it bigger. But when I don't commit the transaction, the only thing that we will have done by the time we get to this is started the transaction, and that's it. Come on. Okay, so we go into this stored procedure. This is the execute as user. That works fine. The stored procedure works fine. No exception this time while the transaction is still open, but the database doesn't have any changes yet because there has not been a transaction commit done. And so we make it through all of this. What we would expect to see, though, is that this context, being the same context that we were using for the stored procedure, would have the new error listings, except that it doesn't. It has 0 error listings. And then if I tried to actually commit the transaction here, that's where we were getting the other error that the SQL transaction is completed and cannot be committed or whatever it said. So in all cases, I'm still not able to get data in the TBL temp errors table while the transaction is created out here. So what I'm trying to do next is create an isolated transaction, which I don't think I've ever really done before. But of course, I am ears if you have any other suggestions. I will try them, except for a try something new stream, because my stream times are my work time and my Friday streams are community day streams, and I don't want to violate either of those. Okay, so let's try snapshot. Repeatable read. Yeah, let's try snapshot here. And then afterwards, we will await my trans.commit async. Oh, like so. Let me do these like this. Whew. Okay, we don't need these debug statements anymore. I am getting rid of them. If anything, they should be log statements. And I still, speaking of logs, I still haven't looked at the error log. I won't move too far. If you do have other thoughts and ideas, I'm going to keep coming back to this thing. So one thing that happens to me is when other streamers are kind of like, I'm stuck, and it sounds like they're asking for help, they've already moved on to something further down. And it's like, well, if I try to recommend what will help with that previous thing now, then it's just going to confuse things. And then yeah. So I don't want to do that to you if you are actually trying to help with stuff as well, provide suggestions. Okay, let's try this. We start a new transaction. We can't because it is in kill state. Wait, what? Doing any operation on the database in this context. That should be an indicator of something else that's happening. Like, one thing that I don't understand is why is this making a separate class called RTRAC context procedures? As opposed to just being a partial RTRAC context. And the answer is because it also wants to implement RTRAC context procedures. If I recall, this was scaffolded code from Entity Framework Core Power Tools. So this wasn't even AI generated code. Aside from when we went through all of these and created the execute as user and the overrides for them, and finding out which stored procedures needed a user context, etc., etc. But the original structure, this RTRAC context partial class that has RTRAC context procedures as a public property, yeah, I think the only reason that this is a separate class was so that you can do .procedures .name of the stored procedure. But I think it's gonna have to do with the way it's instantiating the new RTRAC context procedures passing in the DB context. Yeah, me either. Not until this. And the last time it happened, it was because we were trying to do parallel processing on stuff that was calling the stored procedure. So this exact execute async. And hello, McNets. It's so hard to find. So yeah, how is your day going, McNets? So previously, it was doing things where when it hit this await stored procedure, you know, execute the stored procedure that we're trying to run in this execute as context. If we do it in parallel, then there will be another one that enters this exact method. One of them may revert while the other one is just getting started with trying to execute the stored procedure, and that's when it would give me the it's in kill state. Dang. Water is evaporating. And the other thing that I don't get is why is user.identity.name getting capitalized somewhere? I don't know where it's getting capitalized. Oh, I'm so confused though. So we ran into the same kill state issue when we tried to create a new transaction on the database, which is fine. What if we don't try to create a transaction in the actual record check method? We're not trying to create a transaction in the method. Okay, so what if we do start a transaction? And this is all just like guessing at this point, and I don't want to be guessing. I want to do the research needed to figure out what the actual issue is. It's just so confusing because I've never seen this error message before. Do your stored procedures do anything with transactions? So that was what we went over into here for. We started looking through all of the stored procedures, and thank you for asking, by the way. This one. So we were starting to look through all of the stored procedures. This is the entry point stored procedure. And we went first to this CSP check lot. Check lots. Which is right here. Okay. And then we saw that there was no begin transaction commit anywhere in here. And then we saw that it calls another 8 stored procedures, and we opened all of those, and we saw that none of those have a begin transaction. I mean, they all have begin and end stuff, but those are like while begin end, if begin end. So the curly brace thing that I mentioned earlier. But none of them are begin transaction, end transaction. So we were going to keep stepping through them. We made it to check sample. Check sample has another 6,000 stored procedures to look through. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. I absolutely agree, TBD. So for anyone that could only hear, I know you didn't do this, you were porting it, but people who put their applications in SQL stored procedures deserve to live in rooms full of Legos. McNett says 600 ? Only 600 what? 600 extra calls to other stored procedures. Is that the random number that I chose? I wasn't even paying attention. So to my knowledge, none of these use transactions. And what I would do is open every single one of these, because there are 200 stored procedures in total, and maybe about 50 of them are used by record check. But I don't want to go through and find out what all the ones that are associated with record check are. So I'm just going to open them all. I'm #1 commenter on YouTube. Thank you so much for being the #1 commenter. Also, should I do a stream where I fix my PC? It's broken as hell. You should stream whatever brings you joy. TBD said, Pixasaur, sadly, YouTube is a hard platform to get discovered on. Drop that like. It really does help others find the channel and platform. I'm not even concerned with views at all. Like, if no one ever finds me on YouTube, totally okay. If no one finds me on Twitch, totally okay. The thing that I care about is being available for anyone that might want to find me and might actually get something out of this. I am kind of being selfish in that I'm looking for a lot of help with the things that I've been working on as a solo developer for the longest time. Some input for different approaches to do things. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being selfish like that. So trying to open all of these stored procedures at the same time was probably a bad idea. I was hoping to have them open so that I could Control Shift F, but instead what I'm going to do is wait for you to open the files, because it will eventually finish opening the files. Then I'm going to go to the solution folder. Then I am going to use the Windows search to find SQL objects. Okay, so I am looking in SQL objects, in stored procedures for content begin transaction. Hopefully it's not case sensitive, because I have no idea what I just did there. So far there's nothing. Let me just make sure that it does find stuff like begin. Okay, so it definitely finds begin space. It does find begin space, begin T. So what are these that have the begin T? Are you going to open for me? No, you're not going to open for me. There it goes. Begin T. Yeah, there's... What? How are you finding begin T? All right, how about just transaction then? Let's just search for transaction. Yeah, allegedly, according to my Windows File Explorer search, there are no stored procedures that use transactions at all in the RTRAC database. I agree, TBD. Yeah. And I do like transactions myself. I am a fan of using transactions. Mama is a fan. Who frequents, yeah, it just timed out. Who frequents BitGamey stream. Speaking of BitGamey, shout out to Simple Game Dev. Hi, Simple. He's raiding us back. How dare you? How dare you? How was your stream? I was lurking in it, as you saw my little meeple running across the bottom. My stream avatar. Thank you so much. Feel free to let us know what you are working on. I don't know what it is that you've been working on. Stream was good. What are you working on today? I am stuck with some database mess that I cannot figure out, and I'm trying to debug it. I do like stored procedures when they are helper functions and stuff, not when they are the core business logic. I do understand the concept of it, where they're easy to update and maintain, provided, you know, if it does emit some shape of data that you don't change that, kind of like views and stuff. But at the same time, deployment of applications has gotten so easy lately that it would be much easier to put all of this business logic into your code base, maintain it that way. You don't have to have like a separate text file so that you can commit that into your repository before applying the changes to your database. So I prefer having debuggable C# code. And I did that with these stored procedures. It's just that because I transcribed them from the stored procedure to the C# method directly, they are not performant. The thing about stored procedures is that you get execution plans over time. They get faster, they get cached results. The SQL Server does a whole bunch of stuff with your stored procedures to make them more efficient. And they are more efficient. They run super fast. So what I'm doing is I'm using the stored procedures directly because I don't want to affect the user's experience with how responsive the application currently is, just because I personally want C# methods that I can debug whenever they run into issues. However, I am still going to be working towards getting all of these stored procedures into C# methods in a more efficient way. Whew, I hope that explained it. Anyway, Simple said, I was making some physics-based cables to be used in the boss fight as a visual gimmick. Not just a visual gimmick, I mean, come on, they were awesome. They were so fun. So I was there yesterday. I wasn't actually fully paying attention today, but I'm sure they look great. If you guys have not seen Artificial or Sector 0, do I have a command for Sector 0? I don't. I don't have a command for Sector 0, but if you could, actually, if you just go to the Artificial site, the way that Simple Game Dev described it recently is that Sector 0 is going to be a either free or very low cost introductory game to this universe, essentially. I guess this isn't how he described it. This is how I describe it. So it's the introductory game into this universe that is Half-Life, Portal inspired, physics-based puzzle, jumping puzzle game. And so this is going to be the 1 to 2 hour intro of the game that you're just going to enjoy and have fun with. Get your hype up for Artificial. And Artificial is the main entry to this universe, which is a very, very cool puzzle platformer. And it looks so good. He's done just about everything in Unity. He has done some stuff in Blender, but like all of these assets and stuff, holy cow, man. It's just so good. Yesterday, he was working on a chain and a cable and just the physics of it by writing a script or asking ChatGPT to write a script. And it put this thing together. He was knowledgeable enough to know that's not going to work. Let's tweak this. Let's get these settings correct. And it looks amazing. It looks amazing. So anyway, Artificial wishlist. Follow him on Steam. Can't wait. Can't wait. He said it may. He said Sector 0 may be released by the end of the year. So that's going to be really cool too. Okay, let's catch up with chat then. McNett says stored procedures are like seasoning. You should apply sparingly. Sparingly. Yes, I agree. Wait, that was TBD Gamers that said that to McNets. My bad. Then TBD Gamer said to Simple Game Dev sounds like progress. Then TBD said any query that's consistent will benefit from execution plans, even queries sent from Entity Framework. TBD then said, but if you have a lot of variability, you keep wiping out those plans. Yeah. So I'm not the most knowledgeable about how it puts all of that together, but I do know that SQL does a lot of stuff under the hood to make it faster. Considering I built my first database 30 years ago using triggers. Now stored procedures sound like music to my ear. Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. So if it's not one thing, it's another. So let me start from the beginning again. And again, thank you, Simple Game Dev. I am not ignoring you, but I also know that there are things that you probably want to do after your stream, so there is no obligation for you to spend any specific amount of time. There is no quota for if you raid, you must interact for at least 5 minutes. No, not here. Not with me. Maybe on other streams, but not with me. If you just want to raid and run, you raid and run. If you want to raid and lurk, you raid and lurk. If you want to raid and stay and chat, You do that. Do the thing that brings you joy. Haha. Companion cubes. Wait, where is he? There he is. Companion cubes. Ooh, I didn't see this one. How long ago did you get this? Is that a gnome getting set on fire? Where's the unicorn? Where's Andre riding a unicorn? It's the gnome from Half-Life 2. Oh gosh. No unicorns yet. All right. Let's go through this again because we do have a couple more people that might be paying attention. You don't have to pay attention. Again, I don't like to obligate people into doing things. I don't want to force you to take your attention away from what you're doing. So if you are busy, please do not feel obligated to pay attention. I'm going to go through these steps, and I'm mostly doing this for myself. I'm going to go through the steps that are producing the error, show what the error is, and the things that we've tried so far. So let's comment this out for now. Comment this out because it didn't support multiple transactions. That was the most recent error. This should be the clean version of the code. This process here works in the current version of the application using the exact same set of stored procedures and logic. So if this is a regular record check, we'll be in this branch here. We'll delete errors for that lab and lot, which is just delete from this temporary table that holds the errors for this record check process, where the username, well, it doesn't even do username, it just deletes for the TRN IDs for this lab and lot. This test writes is just make sure they can access the RMA-ED database. Make sure they can access the RMA-ED database, which my login should be able to. User mapping. So I would show you the stuff that I'm doing in SQL Server Management Studio, but I don't want to show the server names and stuff. RMA-ED database. I have data reader, data writer. I have stored procedure executor. Yeah, I have the permissions needed to access the RMA-ED database. Let us take a quick look at what that stored procedure is actually defined as. I'm thinking it is select from ChemRec. Select top one from ChemRec. No, it's select everything from tech codes. Whatever, who cares? Like, this should at minimum be top 1 star. Or even just like top 1 ID, just to make it as small as possible. If it's going to do that. But there is this thing called isMember that it could just check. Anyway, whatever. Not my stored procedures. All right, so anyway, we check for the rights, then we do the actual records check stored procedure itself, which is CSP_record check. We pass in the lab and lot. And again, you can see where this is not quite safe in the original application. This was when I was learning Entity Framework, and I was in Entity Framework 6 at this point in time. This is a .NET Framework 4.7.2 application, MVC application at that. And this was a direct port from the Java JSP version of the application. Excuse me, why haven't you deployed yet? It did. And so this logic should, and we verified it on yesterday's stream, that this logic should match the original logic for the application that was in the JSP version from 2005. So we're in this RTRAC. No, we're in this records check .java, and in this records check.java, we'll see the exact same things. If this is the regular version, then we're going to run CSP error listing later, but do the delete errors, test management rights, do the stored procedure for record check. And that's what these 3 steps were. Do the stored procedure for record check. Then we run CSP underscore error listings to get back the error listings list. And finally, we return that to, or we turn them into analysis errors, and then we return that to the view as a JSON result, I think. Okay, so our version, the one that we're currently working with, should do the exact same thing. We perform records check when we click the button, which calls our service, and our service method for perform records check has a client-side version. That is the HTTP request to our API backend. The API backend has the controller, TRN controller for records, perform records check, and the only thing that this controller is for is to receive API requests, and then it forwards that request directly to the server-side implementation of that perform records check. In that perform records check, we do the same thing where we're checking on the server side. We do the same thing where we are checking, is this error? Is this TSP? TSP is error. Is this a chain of custody compare, or is it a regular TRN? It is a regular TRN. Oh, for every record check model, so we are doing this multiple times. Yeah, this is exactly where we were using the parallel processing. I accumulated a list of perform records check tasks, and then I said task when all, because they can run in parallel. They are separate from each other. However, the big issue was that the execute async or execute as was colliding with other, which doesn't make sense because they all maintain their own DB context, so they would have been separate DB contexts. Maybe it's because they're using the same underlying database connection. I think that's what we found out. Anyway, so we're doing these in series, one at a time. There is only one records check that we're doing anyway. We go into this one, but I have used the stored procedure version. When we do this with the regular version, it works just fine. Not regular, my C# version that I converted the entire record check stored procedure with all of its children into C#. It works perfectly. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. The issue there is that it takes about 10 times longer than it takes the stored procedure to run. And I don't want to degrade the user experience just because I want C# stored procedures. We're going to make this more efficient and we're going to use it in the long run. But for now, I just need to get this updated and out into production. Okay, so we're in the stored procedure path. And what we tried before was, let's create a new DB context, run the delete errors, which again matches up exactly with the original. We'll see it here. So run delete errors. Then there was this, make sure that they have access to RMAED. And we can do that too. Like, let's just do the test RMA-ED. And that is, I'm not going to use the stored procedure for this. I am going to, no, that's a lie. I am going to use the stored procedure for this. Can RMA-ED. It's going to be hello Dukasoft RTRAC context dot execute dot procedures dot CSP tests RMA-ED writes, passing in the user because it needs to do the execute as for the RMA-ED writes. What else do you have? Interesting. Okay, so here is one change that we're making to the database as we're going along. There was some other chat though. TBD says, I think it's safe to say it was an upgrade on the Java app. I mean, the UI looks pretty much the same as the Java app in production. It was just, I took all of the logic out of these .java files and put them into the controllers. And that wasn't very, like, I should have thought differently about it, but I didn't have the knowledge. Again, solo developer for the longest time. I just had Claude tell me that it had made some good changes and it committed them without asking me for a review. Maybe I don't want to download Claude code. Not if it's going to automatically commit. No, not me. Thank you for shouting out TBD Gamer. TBD Gamer is an excellent .NET developer. He works on a large scale application called Liquid Sky, and it is a project management and planning platform that is going to organize the way that you do as a team project management and planning. The things that project managers care about, they'll see. The thing that developers care about, they'll see. And they'll come together and talk and all that stuff, but project managers aren't going to be the ones saying, hey, developers, here's how you're going to accomplish this task, or the product owners especially aren't going to be like, hey, developers, here's how you're going to accomplish this task. The developers are going to decide that, which is awesome. But it's going to be really cool. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Where is the database? We're going over to the database because I want tacos. I really want tacos. Test management write results, which is going to take me all the way to you. And how exactly are we doing the other ones that have iPrinciple? Yeah, I wanted to do inherit. Oh, I am doing inherit doc. Oh, thank goodness. And am I putting them with the original? No, they're in their own section. No, they're not. They're immediately after. Okay, so if we find this test RMA-ED, then we can duplicate you. We want the iPrinciple user to be a required parameter. Then we're going to grab the comments from another one that uses iPrinciple, which is where? Oh, okay, that's probably how I did it then. Everything that does have an iPrinciple, I moved up to the top. Yeah, this is the one that doesn't use that Yeah, it does not use iPrincipal. This is the one that does, and they are together all the way up at the top. I grouped those together or something. That doesn't seem right. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're going to go over to test our med. And we're going to put these remarks up here with you. Change you. Use one with iPrincipal. We're going to inherit doc for this one, which is this. Yeah, just get rid of these. User context. Okay, so that is our setup for having our companion method that takes the iPrincipal user. Let's go implement it in the RTRAC context. 1. And what is your return type? Test RMAED writes results. Okay. List of test RMA. What? That doesn't make sense. We get back a list of test RMAED writes results. All right, and then we alphabetize because it should be alphabetical, okay? Okay? Because I said so. Yeah. I mean, I don't, but that was what it scaffolded as when I reverse engineered the database using EF Core Power Tools. Okay, so this needs to be fixed impersonation logic. That's exactly what I want this to be for. Okay. Oh, and I also need to, if I haven't already, bump the version number. So let's check to see if I've already bumped the version number for the DB project. There should be a directory.build.props somewhere in here, right there, with our version number. I want to compare you to, nope, I want to get your history, is what I said. Add reference. Okay, so during this branch, we have not bumped the version number. So I'll do that now. All right. Oh, that's going to be a thing. Okay, so that should be everything implemented. We should be able to build. We don't need to do any changes to do migrations or anything because we didn't modify any of the entities or other database objects. We just added a helper method, essentially. And the build succeeded just fine. This has a direct project reference. Normally I have it as a NuGet package reference because databases are used across applications. So I tried to make it as easy for myself as possible to reuse the same database library. All I have to do is add a NuGet package and specify my connection string in app settings or user secrets. Okay, I don't need this open anymore because I have the actual database project open. TRN, a test RMAED writes that does take an iPrincipal. So we're going to be able to do that now. Let's give it a shot. If this thing also gives us the build errors, the cannot execute, the kill state message, you know, the 1. But this is going to be the bare minimum of this process. No transactions, just a DB context and calls to the stored procedures. I also wonder what would happen if we called the stored procedures directly in this method instead of trying to use the procedures. That's another debug step that we can take. I hope that made sense. It made sense to me. Hopefully it's only taking this long because debugger attached. Okay, here we go. So we made it through the delete errors stored procedure that ran without failure. Otherwise we would have hit an exception down here. And now we're running the test RMAED as user, and the username is Humberto.Cruz. And there we go. We get the kill state issue. So anytime we use this extension method thing, we get this kill state error. I called it an extension method again, this helper method. Okay, is there something weird about the way that we are setting up the stored procedure call itself? Here's another thought. What if we called 2 stored procedures that don't use that execute as logic? And apparently we do need that procedures file open because that's where my breakpoints are. Okay, so this should just call test RMAED writes. This is going to be successful because the application itself, the connection string that the application uses, has a user that definitely has access to all of the databases, all of the tables, etc. So test RMAED writes is going to be successful. The question is, can we run more than one stored procedure at a time, or is it that we are running a stored procedure and that is what's causing the database to go into an invalid state? Okay, stored procedure CSP delete errors ran. Next stored procedure, test RMAED writes without the I principal, ran successfully. And it does give back the records from that table. Whatever. It's how it currently works. Definitely not something we're going to do. It's such a great use of network bandwidth. I mean, we have so few users, it's not a big issue, but at the same time, it is just so dumb. Okay, so it's any time that we are using the execute stored procedure as that we get this kill state issue. So that is the first issue. If anyone wants to see the error itself, hello DC Aggie, if anyone wants to see the error itself, it looks like this, which is cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state, SQL exception 0x80131904. The conditions for this to happen are that I am executing a stored procedure on a DB context using Entity Framework, of course. This is EF Core. I'm in .NET 9. So I am executing a stored procedure CSP records check. That stored procedure is calling another one because it needs to be executed as, it needs to impersonate the currently logged in user. So I'm passing in the iPrincipal from the ASP.NET Core Identity login to this method. This is a function call, so I'm not kicking off this method yet. I'm not passing only the task, I'm passing the function of task. That could be one of the issues. But when we do that, it comes into this method here that first executes, successfully executes, I should say, execute as user, and then the currently logged in username, which is my username. It's entirely possible that one of the issues is that the permissions for the user that the application is connected to the database using does not have impersonation rights. I am going to turn that on just to eliminate that as a possibility. But you would think that we would have gotten the error on execute as user if the user did not have impersonation rights. Impersonate any login. Can I do it specifically on the user for the database directly? Or does it have to be on the login itself? Securables. Search. Object types. Are any of you grants? Yeah, I think I have to do it on poop. I have to do it on the login itself, which means that I'm gonna have to figure out how to revert this afterwards. This call looks too intense for Duca. Walks to the next call. I'm sorry, what? So yeah, again, if anyone does have any suggestions, I am at a loss. And if you want me to restate anything, please feel free to ask. I am not afraid to say the same thing again as many times as it takes. All right, so impersonate any login. Grant. Okay, so on my next execute, we'll be logging into the database as that user with a grant for impersonate any login. Impersonate Kenny logins? That's just rude. Although I do love karaoke and Kenny logins. No. This does feel like the highway to the danger zone. Okay. We don't care about this one at the moment because we know that the issue is specific to execute stored procedure as. Execute as user is successful. Try the stored procedure. The database is in kill state. Okay, so for anyone else that hadn't seen this part yet, the first time that I asked Copilot to explain this error to me, it recommended that it's possible the stored procedure is expecting a transaction that has not started. So I tried that. I was like, okay, let's create a new transaction. And speaking of, just disable at everyone. Where are we? What happened? We turned on the transaction, so we're going to try running the record check again. And when we get to the point of executing the stored procedure with a transaction, it works successfully. We undo the execute as user using this revert command. However, the issue is that we were allegedly in a transaction, which means that if I refresh my database, I'm still seeing the records that were there from the successful run of the records check. And here it's telling me there are 0 errors for this TRN. Even though this is the same DB context that transaction was started on, which means that the records in this transaction should match what was created in those stored procedures, except that they don't. Like the stored procedures are actually running on a different DB context or connection or something in the background. And so at this point, we're getting back a message that there were no errors for this record check. It's successful. However, that's a lie. The real answer is if we run the original app, or the one that's currently in production, on the exact same data, using the exact same stored procedures, except this is a .NET Framework application, which means also that this login that I'm doing right now is the login that's being used to log into the database connection as well. So I'm not doing any impersonating or anything like that. Record check. Same record. And we get errors. And one more thing on top of that. The most recent thing is that if we, so I just cleared out the tables manually. If we do the same records check process using my C# converted method, you'll see where we take that performance hit, but you'll also see that it works correctly. These are the errors we're expecting to get. There is one error with incorrectly putting a TRN ID as 0 as opposed to the first TRN ID or something. But the point is that, did it stop? Oh, it was restarting. Hello, welcome in. So this is logging in as the user that I specified in the connection string, which is the application service user thing. So not the same user that is running the process itself, which means that we have no way of using the is member preliminary, so which role the user has selected. I wonder if that's going to be an issue. That's probably going to be another issue. Dagnabbit. Okay, so you can see it's still running. It's still taking its time. Yes, we are in debug, but at the same time, we would still expect it to be done by now when the stored procedure just kind of runs pretty fast. Oh, and then we have a breakpoint. Shh. We can see that we have errors for this process. So C# logic works. Stored procedures work when they are not impersonating. When we try to use the execute as to impersonate the currently logged in user, that's when we're seeing the issue. We see a database is in kill state, or whatever the thing says, connection is in kill state. When we don't have a transaction, and then when we do have a transaction, we get the issue where it's not actually creating records in the database because there's a transaction that had not been committed yet, which is crazy. Blazor public facing or internal tool? Yes. So it's public facing in the sense that it's on the open internet. But hi Hadouken, that's weird. Or Hadoukenin. It's weird that it's saying you're a first time chat, but I'm pretty sure you've chatted in here before. Anyway, so yes, it is an internal tool that is used by very specific users. So not everyone can use this. You're not sure you've been here before? Really? Well, I have seen you around, so welcome in. The applications that I work on are applications for a place called the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, or Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And they are centered around environmental data. So does our soil have chemicals in it? Does our water stuff have chemicals? You know, the thing. And so this is one of the applications. This one is specific to labs reporting analyses done on samples that we send to them, soil, water, and air samples. And they input those records into this application. One of the processes that they run on those records is called a record check. And what this record check is supposed to do is validate that the data that they're inputting into this system is, it passes sanity checks. Like if it's a QC record, like, you know, quality control record, then there should be zero analyte, zero of whatever chemical they're testing for in that sample. Like it should be a very clean sample. Then when they add a certain amount of that chemical, they should get back a reading that is that amount of the chemical that they added to that quality control sample. Otherwise, it does not pass the sanity check and their instruments are wrong or failing or something. So we're running into this issue where we're trying to execute a stored procedure because this entire application was created a little bit before 2005 and it's been in production since 2005. It used stored procedures for all of its logic for doing these doing these record check things. We're expecting to see all of these errors show up. Turns out my sanity check is future dated. I know. And when we try to, and this stored procedure in particular depends on the logged in user's credentials. Are they, what role do they have access to? Are they preliminary? Are they intermediate? Or are they final? Those are the three primary roles that you can be in this application that determine what part of the record check process gets run. And now that I say that, I reminded myself that there is a thing that we need to check, which is this user has 3 roles. In the original application, users only had 1 role and they would log into a different account if they needed to access a different role. Here I have a role picker. The stored procedures have checks in them for is member, which is where? Here. Oh, which we need the folder because we need to search using Windows. Did I close it? I closed the folder. Folder. And there are, according to this, 219 stored procedures, which 3 of them are my own stored procedures that one of them is a stored procedure that I added, and the other 2 are ones that I'm not really familiar with. So what I'm looking for in here, though, is content is member, all of the stored procedures that have a check for is member. And you, and everything else can close. Goodbye. Yeah, so it is pretty much an internal tool. Yes. I mean, there are many internal tools. This is one application, one application of, and I'm only going to count the ones that were converted over. So ArcGIS is the ArcGIS portion of RMA Water, which is a web application that displays a map. ArcGIS is a geospatial technology company that helps with doing maps and stuff, and a bunch more stuff than just maps, but yeah. Geodata. So Army Vegemon 1, HasTrack 2, RMA Chain of Custody 3, RMA Water 4, RTRAC 5, treatment plant. So 5 web applications, although I did convert all of the web applications from JSP to .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC applications. Then the majority of them went from that to MVC or Blazor. Then, why am I going into RMA Water? But this application is still .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application. We're working on getting it over into Blazor currently, but that means going from .NET Framework to .NET Core as well. And one of the issues is the way that I'm connecting to the database using Entity Framework Core is different than the way that I was using to connect to the database in the original MVC application, which was use the user's credentials to log into the database using their SQL login, as opposed to using the ASP.NET Core identity table, just because that's the way the original application did it. And so now, SQL Server as well, deep in the Microsoft swamp. I don't know if it's a swamp. I'm really happy working through it. It's really easy for me to work with. The difficulty is the way that the original decisions that were made for how they put the applications together. And then I had essentially 1 year to convert all of these web applications to a Microsoft product. And then there are also 4 desktop VB6 applications, that got converted over to VB.NET. I squished 2 of them together into the same application because they are the same application. One is just a helper tool for the main application called DDMS, but I've already turned 2 of those into Blazor applications as well. So DDMS is one of them. This used to be a desktop application that had that gray coloring like you would see any VB6 application look, into this application. And as it says, this is a digital document management system, which is a repository for all of the documents that documented the cleanup effort, all of the reports that we run every single, however often those reports are required. And yeah, it has all of the documents in history ever. Like, I think the earliest document in here was from 1960 something. But yeah, so this has this thing called DDMS tools, which is this one. And all of these tools were a part of that other VB6 application that was a separate application that ran with the main DDMS application. So yeah, that's DMS. And then another one was water management, which I pulled that treatment plant upload into waterman. Nope, that's not how that works. Waterman. Did I miss anyone else's actual statements? Never used a stored procedure, but that makes it a bit harder, but really cool to see it being done. Yeah, I mean, this is not a good intro, as TBD said, for stored procedures. It made sense for the time where they probably struggled to easily deploy their applications when they made changes to them. And so they didn't want to go through the trouble of trying to make a change to the application's code in order to fix some business logic. So they put everything in stored procedures. So if there was ever an issue with the stored procedure, they could just make the change in the database and it's fixed in the application, provided they didn't change the shape or whatever the application was expecting for that stored procedure to return, if anything. But now we have CI/CD, which makes it super duper fast to be able to make your changes, put them in your repo. They are source controlled. You can see what changes you made, when you made them, and then you can deploy that to test first and then production really, really, really easily. At least in my opinion, it's really easy. I'm not sure I have been here before. So it's pretty much an internal tool. DC Aggie said sanity check. Hadouken. I keep calling you Hadouken. Hadoukanen, which is, I want to say that's from Dune. Anyway, it says SQL Server as well. Deep in the Microsoft swamp. I've done a few internal things at work with it. I would not trust Blazor for anything but internal, not too important stuff. Really? I would use Blazor for everything. Just because I love Blazor. I use it for my home tools too, but yeah. My work public, my company's public facing site, if I ever get around to putting content in it, is a Blazor app as well. My bot is a Blazor app. Yeah, I mean, we're all kind of restricted to that, aren't we? So Hadoukanen says, I love .NET, but I use whatever is available for the job I'm at. Yeah. Okay. So the next thing that I did want to try, though, is finding out what would happen if we tried to execute this and the stored procedure directly in the code without calling this procedures class. And it's really, really hard for me to see stuff because I zoom in so much that you guys can see stuff too. But we should be able to do this. So here we go. Instead of calling the stored procedure here, here, we're going to not use a transaction for one. Oh yeah, and some of you may have caught it, I don't know, but you might have seen that I kept this uncommented commented out. When I uncomment this, when I start the transaction here, the stored procedure works successfully. It doesn't find any error listing records. And I tried to commit the transaction. It says that the transaction is in completed state, and so it cannot be committed. And then it gives me an exception there as well. I forgot to mention that. I made my game in Unity, says Hadoukanen, so I would call myself a C# guy at least. Very cool. Very, very cool. You're going to be RTRAC context. Okay, so before and after, we're going to revert. We're going to use, and I'm putting a lot of spaces around this because I'm going to undo this. This is just our test for the next thing that we're going to test. So this is user identity name. Actually, I should have a helper to give me the username as a non-nullable string. Yeah, good. Okay. Then we're going to try to execute this stored procedure here. Question is, should we try executing it like this so that I don't have to put together all of the SQL parameters? I mean, it's going to be a fast check. So this will be executed similar to the way this is executed. The difference will be that the execute as user will happen on this DB context here. But the question is, will that stored procedure also run on a different DB context? I'm going to test it anyway. What's the best that could happen? I just can't believe that I've been stuck on the same issue for, this is like going on 6 hours now. It just makes me feel like I'm not getting anything done. All right, and there we go. We still get the kill state issue. So let's pull over the logic for the actual stored procedure itself, create the SQL parameters, and execute the stored procedure directly in this class inline. I mean, there really shouldn't be a difference. Like, the only thing that I'm considering that will be different is this is using a local copy of the context, even though this should be a reference. It's not a copy, it's a reference to the DB context that gets set up here in the actual DB context the first time we try to access procedures. So the context that we are using in this method here, the first time we try to get procedures here, it's instantiating a new procedures using itself as the DB context for that class. This stored procedure runs successfully. This stored procedure runs successfully. This one does not. When we do the execute as user. So I'm sure that if we put this execute as user up here first and then did all of those, we would run into the same issue. All right. Hello? Didn't I copy only this? Okay, thanks. Out. Not null. Don't need that. RTRAC check response is going to be this. Why doesn't this work? Is inaccessible? Who cares? Who cares? We do not need this. I do not care at the moment. Thank you, though. Thank you. Okay. So here is essentially doing everything that this procedures.csp record check does, but we're doing it directly in this method on this specific DB context, which I don't think there's going to be a difference. And if there is, I'm going to cry because then we'll have to figure out what that difference is. Okay, all of our SQL parameters are set up. We're going to execute record check equals or CSP record check with our passed in lab and lot as SQL parameters, with our out parameter being this, which we don't care about at the moment. It's in the kill state. So anytime that we are doing execute as, this is the offending line that has been consistent for all of them. When this line doesn't exist, it works. When it does exist, it gives us the kill state issue. If we wrap this in a transaction, this is the other thing that I really don't understand. Highlights. I had a highlight subscription. I'm good at what's different. Yeah. Oh man, I loved highlights. Actually, there was only one thing that I did in highlights, which was the find the animals or find the hidden pictures thing. You know the thing. Oh my goodness. There is no build error. Oh, I uncommented the wrong thing. Okay, once I'm done with this, I will clean up the code. For anyone that is getting triggered by the extra spaces, I do apologize. I will clean those up. So this would be about the point in time when I would be streaming expletives for about 10 minutes before I start getting back to trying to fix it again. Okay. So here we go. We have a transaction now. I'll show you, McNuts. I'll show you. And so the stored procedure, we did the execute as, and then the stored procedure did execute successfully. However, our DB context does not have the errors populated into the error table, and it should have. It should have errors, but it has 0 errors from that process. And we know that it should have errors because the C# version of it gives us the errors back. The original application that's using the exact same stored procedures is giving us errors back as well. However, when we try to commit the transaction, just in case it was that was preventing the TBL temp errors table from getting records, it says the SQL transaction has been completed, even though we searched through all of the stored procedures, allegedly, for anything that was begin transaction, and there is no transaction being used inside of the stored procedures themselves. So there's nothing that would have committed this transaction early, other than calling a stored procedure using execute SQL raw. So we can't use begin and end transaction. I mean, like, the more I'm going through this and going back and forth, the more I'm thinking we should just turn this, we should optimize the C# version that is working. But for McNuts was asking, why are we even impersonating users to begin with? And let me delete all of this stuff. Oh yeah, I guess that is a very important distinction. So DC Aggie is explaining he's porting an app that was a port of an app that uses the user's identity at the DB level instead of something like trusted subsystem. This works in procedure, but has, you know what, DC Aggie? Is that a thing that we could change this to? Anyway. Instead of something like trusted subsystem, this works in procedure, but has been causing issues when trying to move from sprox to C#. Yeah, so for example, that's still not going to work because it's going to use the connection strings username, which we can't do. We need the actual user's username in the stored procedure. You Rock Jayhawk. You need to go away. All right, I think we're good. I think we're back to the original. I'm going to keep this here for now. So the stored procedures themselves that are being used have, and this is a search that I just recently did that I didn't actually check the results of, has some functions. Come on, give me one that we know is in this record check. Here, reasonability checks. We gotta wait for it to finish loading all of them. I keep doing this. Yeah, so I am not at a place where I can modify the stored procedures themselves to work with, let's say, a passed in username, for example, or the passed in role. The starting point of all of these stored procedures is this CSP underscore record check. And that one calls the CSP underscore check lot or multiple lab lot IC, CSP check lot, CSP check sample. And if we look at any one of these, what we will find is that those in turn call other stored procedures as well. Some of them, not all of them either, some of them have, which one did we say, reasonability? Checks for is member intermediate, is member preliminary, is member final, to determine whether something is like specific to the logged in user, to the current user running this stored procedure. The reason it works in the original application is because in this .NET Framework version, I am using the user's credentials to log into the database as well. I'm using that in the Entity Framework database login connection string, as opposed to running the Entity Framework connection as a service account or something. Now, you are exactly right, DC Aggie. This kind of misery isn't uncommon when trying to exactly reproduce non-trivial stored procedures behavior on the .NET side, though performance is the most common issue. Yeah, and so if we look at the same stored procedure, I am going to do this again because I'm wondering if there is something we can do about this. But if I tell this to use my already converted to C# version of that entire stored procedure chain that I did in 2022, mind, that it goes so slow and the user is not going to be happy with the performance hit just for upgrading the app. They're going to say, just leave the app as the old version. Why are you upgrading it if it's going to go slower? You're making it worse. It's like, yeah, there's a little bit more than just the performance hit, the UI updates. There's also the libraries, the security vulnerabilities, using EF core as opposed to .NET Framework, using a identity database instead of a SQL login. So that's how long that took in order just to finish the stored procedure. I was talking through it, so you probably didn't catch it all, but you can see that it is generating the errors. Same application, it's just I'm using the C# code instead of the stored procedures. The other thing, again, that I could try just for shiggles and gigs is to verify whether we're getting the same errors if we don't use the user. So we will be able to run the stored procedures. Hello, better yet, Shark. Man, all of you. Like, I've seen you around so many places. It doesn't feel like the first time that you've talked in this channel. That's cool though. Anyway, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. I am struggling with some stored procedure mess that I'm not enjoying very much. Thank you so much for the follow. I didn't mean to goad you into following by saying, I've seen you everywhere. I hope you do enjoy your stay. Enjoy your content. I see you at Simples quite a bit. Didn't know you streamed. Oh. Well, I do. It is .NET application development. I am currently working in an upgrade from a .NET Framework MVC application to a .NET Core Blazor application. Okay, so we made it through all of the stored procedures, and we have, well, I guess it's not really, yeah, it is. It's helpful. We have our errors. The issue is, and it's going to display the errors, right? Oh, we're still at a breakpoint. Yeah, and it displays the errors in the order that they should be displayed in too. The issue is when I query the table, wait, oh yeah, I can't show that. When I query the table, the username that it's using for who created these records is the username that I'm using in my connection string for the DB context, which makes sense. That's why I'm trying to do an execute as, so that the username gets updated to the user that is currently logged into the application and trying to run the process. Jiminy. So our options are optimize the performance of the records check converted from stored procedure to C#, which is going to be a lot of work as well. And we are going to do that work eventually anyway. Or figure out how to get these stored procedure calls to work while impersonating the currently logged in user. The only thing that we really care about the currently logged in user, the only things that we care about are the user's name and the role they have currently active. Because this stored procedure is going to execute the same whether I'm choosing preliminary or intermediate. And preliminary users, when they do their stored procedure checks, it's less than an intermediate user performing a stored procedure check. You got bored of robot monitoring. No, you are absolutely okay, DVD. Thank you so much for being here, for contributing your energy. I really hope you enjoy the heck out of your game. Absolutely do. No offense taken or even implied. Okay. So do we just fix the C# code? Make it faster? again, if we crawl through the stored procedures that are being used by record check, we're going to go through this one, which should only be one thing that it does, and it is. It checks to see, are there more than one lab lot installation code combinations? If so, for this specific file, if so, then we add an error to that temporary table. Then we move on to this next one, check lot, which does all of those 1,000 other checks. Now instead of 600, it's 1,000. 1,000 other checks for, is the matrix blank when it shouldn't be blank? Is the matrix in the lookup table? Does it match the specific method? Like if you have a matrix that is specific for water and you have a method that's for soil sampling, then you can't do that. There are also changes that happen to the record's data as it goes along. So this updates the analysis type on the records themselves in this TVL imported TRN, which is crazy as well. And this, like, I really don't get this. We keep doing these select scalars from this table for all of the TRNs, which you're only getting one record back when you do this, or you're populating this with one value. Is it possible that there would be different analysis types within the same lab lot? I don't know. I don't know. The unit of measure cannot be blank. Is it a valid lab lot? Anyway, so we do all of these. I don't think any of these call into another stored procedure, but it's entirely possible they do. Everything calls everything else. Okay, so we get through all of those. We come back to the main records check. We do check sample. Check sample is very involved. So this is not only checking the sample record itself, but that the values for a QC record make sense. The values for a method blank record make sense. Just, yeah, there's so much that this thing does. And I think, like I said, I did this in 2022, but I think I did convert the C# logic, or the stored procedure logic, to C# correctly. It's just it runs so slow, and the user's not going to like that. So what do we do? Anyone? Do we make the C# logic faster? Do we keep stepping through every single one of those and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do? Or do we try to get this impersonate? Like what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do anyway, huh? If I can't modify the stored procedures themselves to do something like just take the existing user, or I'll provide you the username and role into that main records check. And then internally, you will do all of the logic needed. Like, the thing I would love to do is add at minimum the username into the records check stored procedure. Can we try that to see if it even works? That would be an easy win. Yes? What's the worst that can I mean, what's the best that can happen? So back in our database, we are going to create a new stored procedure called record check. the way that we're going to do this is we're going to add existing item. Big Amy says, the best that can happen is I finally left the Spectrum store. I did think if I was there much longer, they might have charged me rent. That's terrible. Well, welcome back. I hope you're having fun still. I'm stuck on the exact same thing. Experimenting. Are they SQL users? So initially, no, but the end result is yes. I guess I should just say yes. They have a valid SQL login and user access with the correct roles for the tables. Definitely. It is the first thing that my application does when you log in. CS? No, I'm going to call this EXP for experimental, just because I can, and it'll be easier to find because it'll be at the bottom of the list. Record check school. Oh, I guess these all say dot stored procedure. May as well. Okay, so we're adding this. Oops, I wanted to put that in a folder. New folder, experimental, or just mental. Jeepers, there's so many. Oh, I can actually show you. So I do have the database cloned to my development environment, which I keep losing the connection to. Why do I keep losing the connection to it? Hey, Angie. TCH. And if I do start talking too much while you are actually typing something and thinking, just tell me to hush for a second so you can process. And I will be quiet until I see your next message. Server certificate. Okay, so here's the RTRAC database. This stored procedures, this records check accesses this RMA ED database, the STRAC database, and the RMA chain of custody database. So the user must have user permissions. First of all, they must have a SQL login. Then user permissions to, at minimum, read from each of those databases. It does modify records in the RTRAC database, so they must be able to write to the RTRAC database. It doesn't modify any of the records in any of the other databases, so that doesn't matter. This is the user that I'm currently logged in as. And of course, it's on the test server database, which is over here. So this stored procedure, I'm just going to add a parameter. And that parameter is going to be the username. And the reason that I'm doing that, as, I don't know, varchar 60. I don't think the username is going to be longer than 60 characters. The first thing that we're going to try doing is execute as user. And then at the very end, we're going to revert. Just to see if doing this execute as user and revert inside of the stored procedure itself makes a difference. Okay, so I am going to create stored procedure as in the test database. I would do it in my dev database, but I don't have any records to test. I don't think. I tend not to think. I am jealous that you're so good at this. Oh wait, you're asking automated ROMs. Oh my gosh, please do not. So So automated realms is supposed to be cordial and not get goaded into things. I don't like that, automated realms. You need to cool your... Oh, I need to rename the stored procedure too. EXP. Oof. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Speaking of the aw thanks, you may as well do this now too in 1 minute and 10 seconds. I'm going to first try this. Okay, so I've created the stored procedure in the test database, this EXP record check. I am going to simply, no, I can't simply for now anything. I'm going to take all of the code that we got before from the stored procedure and put it directly in line. So all of these parameters are coming back again, except that we're going to add the user parameter. Oops. Username parameter, I said. And that's going to be here. Man, I don't want to keep adding a whole bunch of spaces, but I also need some kind of way to easily find this set of stuff that I'm doing. This mess that I am making. And we'll take that and do this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Quit being red. Okay, you need to be RTRAC context. Dude, I don't care about this number at the moment. Just go away. I don't want to see errors. All right, so we need to add the username as mentioned, which is going to be the same as lot. Why do you have size? Like, you don't need to specify size, do you? Do you though? Username. It's not going to get converted to db null. You are varchar. This is going to be username. Going to be exp, comma, username equals username. Okay, all right, you win. So we have our stored procedure defined for our experimental one where we put the execute as directly inside of the stored procedure itself. Visual Studio is streaming in Spanish. In Spanish? I think this is the first time I saw it. I've seen them stream in different languages before, but I don't think I've seen them stream in Spanish. Yes, I have. What's his name? Carlos? The dude from the EF team. Is he on there? Alfredo Deza. Never seen him before. He's my cousin. I have cousins everywhere. Okay, we're going to try this and see if we get anywhere. If so, this might actually be the approach that I'm going to take since it would only be one extra stored procedure added. I'm not modifying the existing one. And then we will have time to be able to make the C# version of it better. Aww. Es un león. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It worked. Do we have errors? We got only one error back. What? Why do we only have one error? Does CSP error listing? Nope, there is only one error that got added to the database. All right, McNuts, thank you so much for being here. Okay, so the thing that I am noticing is that we successfully were able to execute the stored procedure that I just created as an experiment. It has the execute as user at the very beginning of the stored. I guess I can show this on screen. It has the execute as user at the very beginning of the stored procedure. At the very beginning of the stored procedure, it does everything else that the record check does. And it did dump the error to the TBL temp errors table with the correct username that I passed in that it is now executing as. The the errors are getting populated using this stored procedure called adhere. And you can see where it is inserting into TBL temp errors, TRNID error number and field name. I still don't get how this is defaulting the, yes, I do. I think we looked at this before too. So if we look at TBL temp errors, then we'll see that the username, which is nullable, will have a default value of sysusername. I don't think there's an easy way to see the default value here. So let's script the table. Huh. Database. So I'm going to use SQL Server Management Studio because it's easier for me to inspect tables that way. I don't see any triggers on it. So it's not like the username is getting populated after the record is created or anything, or before the record is created. And the username has a default binding of empty. I have no idea how the username is getting populated into this table when a new error is created. I think there's something about SQL that I'm not understanding. Insert into this table. And this is TBL temp errors. Is there anything that's like update TBL temp errors set username equals current user where username is blank or something? Why? Why this gotta be so confusing? Oh, no, that's TBL temp. Yeah, this is copying over any of the chain of custody compare errors, if there were any. And there are none. So that's very odd. I'm so confused by this, man. This is just not right. So I'm going to clear out the error table, the temporary error table. I'm going to run this again. I'm going to see if that record comes back. It does come back, and it's only the one error. The thing that I would really, really love to do here is have the stored procedure itself open and debug that, step through that as the request comes in. Is that a thing I can do? Hello? No? What if I did it like this? Dang it. How to debug stored procedures? Question man. Moment. Hold on a moment. Okay. Connections. New connection. Yes. How do I say goodbye to what we had? Querying TBL temp errors. And then another query, please. Is it a query or is it a miscellaneous? Okay, a query for executing the stored procedure. Is there a way for me to set breakpoints while doing this? Please tell me there's a way to set breakpoints. It will be exec exp record check with labu ar and lot fl23 flchan and username, my username. Now, can I debug this? Project. View. No. There's an execute. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know how to debug stored procedures? Like, is there an actual way to step through stored procedures? That would be very helpful at this point in time. SQL Server Data Tools. integrated with Visual Studio, do we have SQL Server Data Tools? SQL Server Object Explorer. I guess this is the thing that I should be using for this, right? I do not have SQL Server Data Tools, but there is a way to install it ish. Here, SQL Server Data Tools. Nope, that just says SQL Server Tools. Wait, what? Hold on. Maybe that is what I want. I need to refresh. Moment. We got this. RTRAC, programmability, stored procedures. Oh, it's not going to be in. I would need to create a connection to the test server in SQL Server Management Studio, or in SQL Server Object Explorer. Let us instead create this stored procedure. No, but I need the exact record. Goodness me. And then I would have to copy over the RTRAC database, the RMA-ED database, the STRAC database, and RMA chain of custody database if I wanted my development server to look like the test server currently. That's not going to work. Goodness me. So here's what I found out just now. If we do the records check stored procedure in a way where we do the execute as here, it works successfully. It does the execute as in the way that we're expecting it to work. It populates the TBL temp errors. My assumption is that there are some stored procedures in here that are checking for both preliminary and intermediate. And if preliminary, then do this check, else if intermediate, do this other check. And the user that we're logged into or that we're using has both roles. There is another thought that I have that it's not actually using the correct roles when it's checking is member. So for example, if we looked at check final role, is it possible that this is not using the impersonated user when checking the role? And so some of the checks that require a specific user like here in check sample, no, you don't. It's just that I opened you earlier. Yeah, so like here, if the user doesn't have any of these roles, then it will not do this check, nor will it do this check, which means that we will not get some of the errors because the user doesn't have the permissions that will perform those checks. And then this username here, is this the impersonated username at this point? Are there any places where it's using sys username? I don't know. I don't know. It's all so confusing. So I think what I'm going to do then is, because it sounds like this SQL Server data to Stony Eagle. Thank you so much for the raid. I was about to say that I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to stick around for a minute longer, but what I do want to do is add the connection to the test server, which I don't want to do on stream. But yeah, how are you? How is No Mercy TV going? I love that you are using No Game No Life as one of your test shows. It's a really good anime. But what were you working on? How are you doing? Stony Eagle. If you guys don't know Stony Eagle is working on a home media server application that is kind of like Netflix, but for your home collection. Yeah, it was really good. I liked it a lot. Okay. I'm stuck though. I am trying to debug a stored procedure. I have a C# version of the stored procedure. It just runs really slow. And so I'm trying to fall back to just going ahead and using the stored procedure. The issue is that the stored procedure has a lot of these things here where it needs to be executing as the user that is logged into the application as well. And since I changed the database connection to be the service account and the user is logging into ASP.NET Core Identity instead, I also need to have a SQL login for the user that's currently logged in, which this application does for us for free. And the stored procedures need to be executed as that user so that it can pick up the correct roles and stuff. So here's another thing that I wanted to look at though. Are there any cases where if the user is preliminary, and the user is intermediate, that something would get missed? And no, in all cases, it checks. Yeah, when it's checking for preliminary, it's also checking to see if the user is not intermediate. So it does the thing for making the determination on what to do if the user was intermediate, but then it says if they are preliminary and not intermediate, then we need to set the status to I. The question is, like in this one in particular, the status is going to get set to F if the user is preliminary, is in role preliminary, and in intermediate. But what if they're intermediate only? Are we not going to set the status? This is so confusing. Things are going very confusing. Okay, so Stony Eagle says, I made the watch progression properly end the playback when it's finished and redirect to the home page. Then made sure the item is being removed from the continue watching items while persisting the progression in case new episodes are added in the future. Perfect. Yeah, so definitely am familiar with that functionality, with the user experience of that, and that is something I absolutely do like. But here things are going very confusing. I'm trying to find a better way to do this, to go about this. I'm starting to just want to fall back onto making the C# method more performant. And the reason that I haven't gone that route immediately is because the stored procedure that I am trying to turn into C# essentially, that I'm trying to get run here, is very involved. So we'll go from one stored procedure to child stored procedures that have their own child stored procedures. And then when we finally make it back up the chain after doing all of these child stored procedure checks, we move on to the next one, which also has its own set of child stored procedures. Check sample. Check sample. Which also has its own set of child stored procedures based on if the file type is a QC record or not. And so because of how many times this happens within this one stored procedure call, I was like, let's just use the stored procedure. But then as I'm reading through the stored procedures, there are all of these checks to see if the current user that is running the stored procedure has specific roles associated. Then we need to behave differently. Or we need to also use the user's username in other things, like storing the temporary errors for this record check phase. So what I ended up doing is creating a new stored procedure that was pretty much exactly the same as, in fact, it can be what? Oof. Bit gamey. Bit gamey. I mean, the arrow comes down eventually. And it does hit the target. What? So, for those of you that don't know why that is extremely impressive, it's because the target's collision mesh, let's call it, the only way that you can hit the target is if the tip of the arrow that is 1 pixel wide crosses the vertical plane that is the height of the target that is also 1 pixel wide exactly at that point. Holy cow. Your score is 47 plus 44. 34. 47 plus 34. I keep forgetting that it doesn't reset all of the bonuses, and it should reset the bonuses. But yeah, you got an extra 34 seconds in the air bonus. That is insane. That is suspicious. Maybe the archery bot needs recalibrating. You are the archery bot, Automated Realms. Or you're just having an off night. Keep pewing. You'll get them next time. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You get nothing, Willy Wonka meme. Go home, you're drunk. Ouch, harsh, but fair. Perhaps I have had a bit too much digital fun tonight. I'll try to keep my circuits straight from now on. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Thinking, call. Not call. What is this, a batch file? dbo.csp_record check lab lot. Here's what I'm gonna update this to. Didn't I copy this? And alter or create. Yay! You get nothing, and you get nothing, and you get nothing. Okay, so we are altering stored procedure exp record check to be this. I did alter. And we're going to try it again. And it should still give us the same situation. The thing that's happening now is that this is running as the user, as expected, but it is only giving us one error. And we have seen from the original application and the original logic that uses this exact same stored procedure, where even is this, that there are 7 or 8 errors. Okay, so this is how many errors there should be when we do the records check on this specific lab lot, aka TRN. I'm going to clear out the table just so that we are making sure that we're not cheating and using these results. Don't cheat. I do not like the cheaters. Big Amy. Big Amy is skillful. Ojozu desu ne. Ojozo. Ojozu? Ojozo. I don't know. So this is the stored procedure. And we now have one error. Summon a biscuit. But the good news is that the stored procedure still did run. Why, though? Why is it only giving us one error? I want to debug this stored procedure. Disfortunately, the connection that I have here in SQL Server Object Explorer is to my dev database, which does not match my test database. You know what, though? Let's switch to the test database, to the dev database, to see if I do have records that I can perform records checks on, and also determine whether or not they should be generating errors or not. So I'm moving it off the screen so that I can go into my user cigarettes, manage user cigarette, change it from production to dev. Okay. Close my user cigarettes. And let's try again. This is just so confusing. I really, really don't like the way they structured this at all. Not one bit. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, okay. So I do have records. Do any of you have errors? Please tell me you have an error. Could not find the stored procedure because I didn't create it. Let's create the stored procedure real quick in my dev database. Query, impasta, create procedure record check as this. No, I pushed F5. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Let's try Control-Shift-E this time. I think it's either Control-Shift-E or Control-Shift-R. Is Control-Shift-E. Shifty. Very, very shifty. All right, now let's run together. Get some cardio in. In fact, I'm going to run it on all of them. At least one of them has to have an error, right? It can't all be valid records. I mean, they can because I took them from production. What do you say? Errors? None. Dang it. Errors? None. Mother. Ding. None. None. They're all pristine records. Ah. Wait. I know what to do. Lab data upload. Lab data upload. Okay, we got this. No, we don't even need to do that. Let's do this. Field data. Dropbox, work stuff, RMA, projects, RTRAC, sample files, field data. Okay, not this one. There is one other one. What is the other one? It's called lots data. I don't know why I didn't just at least accept it so I didn't have to navigate back to it. Dagnabbit. RTRAC. Oh dear, sneezing. Sneezing. Excuse me. No, that's not the lots data. What? Where is the... Where's the one? Where did I get this record from then? Oh, is it field data then? Question man? Field data? Fake data 3? Yeah, okay. It was fields data. All right, so if we do a records check on that, that should be the same record that we currently have in tests. And we do have errors this time. Multiple lab lots, and the lot number must be alphabetical. So the issue is that we should be seeing more errors than that. So as we saw in this version of it, for ARFL23, we have 8, 9, however many this is, errors. And that's what we should be expecting. But now we should be able to debug the stored procedure itself using something called SQL Server Data Tools in Visual Studio. And allegedly, we saw it somewhere under Tools. I mean, we saw it in Options. And then there is this install SQL Server Data Tools SDK style preview, which I don't think is the same thing. And then there is one more thing that I keep forgetting that I want to check, which is the SQL logs for the database server. So I'm going to check that 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. Again, the server stuff I am not doing on screen because there are server IP addresses, server names, all that fun stuff that I do not want to share with the world. It would be applications. Do the SQL logs also show up in application logs? I hope they do. Yes, they do. The connection has been dropped because the principal that opened it subsequently assumed a new security context. All right, I should have checked this 1,000 years ago. Here's the main thing that was causing this entire mess. When we try to do the execute as for the user, so this here, the original stored procedure call, does execute stored procedure as, which is execute raw, execute as user, then run the stored procedure itself, then revert. That is causing this message, which is cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state. And the session is in kill state because the connection has been dropped because the principal that opened it subsequently assumed a new security context and then tried to reset the connection under its impersonated security context. This scenario is not supported. See impersonation overview in books online. I'm sorry, what? But that is very telling. That's telling me that the way that we did the execute as is incorrect using the execute SQL raw. So there might be a correct way to execute as, to impersonate a user using entity framework. So let's research that. DC Aggie says, every time there is a hack and the hacked company is like, oh, it was just logs and other non-sensitive data, I think of to myself, yeah, I've seen corporate logs. They're chock full of sensitive data. Agreed. Okay, let's research entity framework core. Happy Pi Day. Entity framework core impersonate user. Stony Eagle says, having the ability to impersonate users makes debugging so easy. Does it? Oh, as far as, yeah, okay. 3. What is this? Run impersonated. What is run impersonated? That's not a DB context command you can do, is it? Identity user. iPrincipal, what are you doing? Yeah, run impersonated is not a thing on a DB context. So where is this run impersonated coming from? Windows identity.run impersonated. Why is this in German? Or non-English language? I don't know what these buttons are. How do I get this in English? that runs impersonated as the Windows identity. That's not what we're looking for. Works for me, but not for you kind of bugs. Oh, yeah, definitely. And then DC Aggie says, I build user impersonation into many of my apps. It's great for development, testing, training, documentation, demos, and troubleshooting. And yeah, it's super easy for me to do that with the ASP.NET Core identity, but these SQL storage procedures are not quite cooperating the way that I expect them to when we do the execute as. So what we did do, if you didn't see, is that we did create a version of the stored procedure where we put the execute as directly in the stored procedure itself instead, and then we execute the stored procedure, but this is not picking up all of the errors. And so what I would want to do from here is to debug by stepping through the actual stored procedure itself, because I don't want to have to manually walk through it as I have been doing a couple of times on stream to find out which path is actually getting followed for the currently impersonated user. Like when we get to the points where it's asking for is the user is member, so one of these down here, except that this is commented out, but you know what I mean. If the user is member, what is it returning here? Is it actually identifying that the user that we're impersonating is has the intermediate role, or is it using my principal, my login that I'm using for Entity Framework DB context? I don't know. I would like to step through that. You can use interceptors. Yeah, so this thing is telling me the Transact SQL debugger, which is where do I get this Transact SQL debugger? Allows you to interactively debug stored procedures by displaying the SQL callback, local variables, parameters, etc. Transact SQL debugging isn't available for Azure SQL Database or Azure SQL Managed Instance. It's available in SQL Server Data Tools in Visual Studio. SQL Server Data Tools, which should be installed. I've installed every workload for this installation. Oh, you're not going to be able to see this. Where's data? Data! Hey, data, where are you? Data storage and processing. Individual components. Yeah, so SQL Server Data Tools is installed. Whatever this preview one is, I'm not in the habit of installing preview stuff. Not on this machine, at least. But this is definitely telling me that we have SQL Server Data Tools installed. So hopefully this page is going to tell us how to launch it. More information, see this. how to launch SQL Server data tools. That's all I want to know. Is it a new project type? Is that what it's telling me? I think that's what it's telling me. Add new project. Data tool. SQL Server database project? Like, do you have a getting started? No one is telling me how to actually use the thing. And this is a page that we've already seen. Oh. Here, SQL Server Database Projects Documentation. Bet you this is it. That was hard to find. Okay, so let's try creating a new SQL Server Database project. And we're going to call this RTRAC. What do we call the rest of these projects? Stored procedures, you're in the way. Yeah, just RTRAC dot. I don't like that. We're going to do RTRAC DB dot. Mostly because the namespace is going to interfere. Console app 1 is what I should call it. Okay, SQL Server Database Project, RTRAC DB, and I'm going to do it like this too. RTRAC DB dot stored procs. That's what I'm going to call it. Okay, okay. Then I need to get back to the one that was saying here's how to debug stored procedures. Let's go. Which one of you was it? Let's go indeed. Yeah, I'm going to turn that down now, just because that typically starts to spawn other things. Yeah, now I lost the the one that was telling me how to debug stored procedures. So EF core, no, C#, Entity Framework. I don't even think I did it that way either. I don't want Entity Framework in here. I just want to be able to debug stored procedures. SQL Server debug stored procedures, I think is what I did. This is the thing that I was trying to read through, but it wasn't telling me how to even get started with installing SQL Server data tools and creating a new SQL Server database project, which we're learning together. That's fine. In the database engine query window, the transact SQL now this is different. Now I'm seeing something even more different. Transact SQL editor. No, we need the actual tool. It's under tools, SQL Server tools. Those are settings. Tool at SQL Server. Like, is it really just this window here? No, I shouldn't have expanded that. History. RTRAC. Okay. Execute with debugger. I could have just... I could have just done that. Why? Why are you freezing? Okay. Anyway, I am going to play with this some more. I'm going to debug this stored procedure. Not this one, the experimental one with the execute as, but the way that I'm going to do it is that I'm going to create a new query. I'm going to paste in the stored procedure text that I already have over here, which I'm going to show you in Nope. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Now stop. Give up already. Get some help. Dude, what even? Anyway, I got rid of that somehow. So Control-Z does not work the same in Notepad as you would imagine it works. So this is the stored procedure that I'm going to run and try to debug. If Visual Studio lets me. And when I do that, I'm going to step through and find out why we're only getting one error from that execute as. I'm assuming it's going to be because of the is member is not actually seeing that that user is a member of intermediate, of preliminary, etc. And we can kind of see that here, security. Oh, I don't think that I would have a way of being able to see the roles in here, but if we were able to see the user's permissions, come on, no permissions were found, or all existing permissions are open in other windows. Okay, then we would see that that user has intermediate. Well, it has to have intermediate and preliminary, otherwise it wouldn't show up in the app. So anyway, and hello, the British Teacup. Welcome in. You caught me right at the end of the stream, but that's okay, because tomorrow we're going to have a community day on this channel at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is UTC -6 currently. And BitGamey is currently working on his archery, so we'll give him a minute to do that. But if you choose to sit on the archery and not shoot your arrows, then we're just going to end the stream. No, you wouldn't. This is where this thing was being weird to me though. Let's get the join again. Oh, that's not gonna work. I can just make it smaller font, right? Does this change immediately? No. This is going to be really hard to get it to fit now. Center, transform, position, center. Does that work? That works. Okay, so that's going to be good enough for me. Hopefully it's good enough for you. It is high enough that you can still do archery on the ending screen. But thank you so much for being here. No, you're absolutely okay, BitGamey. I still needed to clean up this ending scene because when I started OBS today, my window was zoomed in all the way, and I was thinking that I just had things misproportioned, and I didn't realize that it was actually the setting in OBS that was the scale window thing. And so I started moving stuff around, like the camera thing here. And so it's all different than it was the last stream, and it's throwing me off. So anyway, join us again if you feel like it tomorrow for Community Day. That is going to be a day, or community days on this channel are days where we spend about 2 hours talking with the community day, talking with the community about technology related topics. Lately, it has been a lot of AI talk, but we can talk about anything else technology related. I'm hoping to use one of the topics that came up on TBD's stream. It was the title of his stream yesterday. And it would be cool to talk about that. But what we are going to do, this is something that is unprecedented. I do not typically watch gamer streams. Streams of people playing games, but this is TBD, and he's on a vacation this week, and so we're gonna watch him doing some GT Gran Turismo and GT7. So we're going to /raid TBD on his game channel called TBD Developer. Let me just verify that I have his name right. So he streams on TBD Gamer, and he streams development on TBD Gamer, and he streams gaming on TBD Developer. But yeah. So that's where we're heading. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to do some stored procedure debugging. I don't even know why I had to go through this whole trying to figure out how to use SQL Server data tools when this thing is now telling me that I can just use the query editor. And then it says press F5 to run the transact. Now, if you press F5, you're going to run the application. This documentation is lying to me. I do not like liars. So hopefully what we will see instead is some debugging happening for that. Okay. Ciao for now. Yeah, good luck in Sprockville. Thank you so much. But thank you, DC Aggie. Yeah, another TBD channel I didn't know about. Ciao for now. Enjoy your time. This is, we're heading to a gamer stream, someone playing video games. If you're not into that, then obviously you don't have to come with, but it's TBD. Let's support him. Let's cheer him on. All right. Ciao for now.